Yo. Alright, I did not expect that many of you guys to have showed up. But hello, I'm back. I'm still alive. It's nice to see you all. We got many familiar faces. Hello, hello. Alright, Jeez, it's been so long. Yeah, it's been so long. Hello, hello, hello. I missed you guys too. Alright, yeah, I haven't streamed in quite a while, if you guys haven't noticed, or if you have noticed. But it's good to see you guys. Like, despite the fact that I've been gone, it's good to see some familiar faces showing up again. Yeah, I didn't notice either. But hi everyone. I mean, I can go down the list to see and say hi to everyone. So, hey Solar, Melons. Who do we got here? Driver, Antonio, Saimiko, Mario, Plin, Sharky, Exop, Cyfix, Snakes. What else do we got? Mario, Gummy Worm, Deontay, hello. Good to see you. It will be Ben, hello. Got a good amount of people. Star Shooter, hello, welcome. Fast, hello. Crimson, Great Dane, Cookie. Who else do we got? I think that's everyone. And hi to other lurkers if you're just lurking. The return, yes. So yeah, hi everyone. Hey Scoops, good to see you. Yeah, I mean, I guess I have the first thing to address, which is like, why was I gone, pretty much? The face cam looking good. Thank you. So, the past year, I started streaming in 2011 or 2021. Oh my gosh. And I pretty much streamed like just about, I guess, every day almost, like consistently. for the entire year, and that was just something that I wanted to like try out, to give streaming a shot to see if I enjoy it, and I did enjoy streaming. Oh, Virtue, good to see you. Wait, no, that's not Virtue. It's just the quote. My bad. Oh, thank you for the hydrate melons. And oh my gosh, I forgot about these commands. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch melon solar. Just screenshotted the stream, never forgetting this one. Well, it might be the last stream. Nah, I'm just kidding. It won't be the last stream. But yeah, I pretty much streamed like really long hours for like a whole year. And I guess that kind of made me like burnt out. So I wanted to take a break. Especially when I was like playing GD levels, doing like the extreme demons. Like that was really stressful, and it was too much for me, I think. Yeah, so I guess in regards to GD, I'll be taking a break from doing a new hardest. If you haven't seen the video already, I did post a level, so I mean post a video. I can't speak. So I posted a new video. So check it out. It pretty much talks about why I decided to not do GD anymore. So that doesn't mean I won't be doing a new hardest. I'm just going to be taking a break from it. So I'll probably still be doing level requests or 2.2 when that comes out. So that's the plan. But in regards to like a new hardest, I won't be focusing on that. Dude, all the emotes are broken from Garlic Buck Spot. Unfortunate. Garlic Buck Spot is not subbed anymore. But yeah, so in regards to my streaming schedule, I don't think I will ever be able to go back to like a regular stream schedule, since I feel like it pretty much eats up the majority of my time. Like, you know, there's 24 hours in a day, and I do work full time, so that's like 8 hours, and then I also have to do like studying. I'm also in the process of trying to find a new job, so that's like another like 3 hours. So like adding that's like 11 hours, and then also work out, so it's like another 2 hours. And I normally stream like 5 or 4 to like 6 hours a day, so that pretty much like eats up the rest of my day. So I don't think I would be able to be consistent with having a regular streaming schedule. So I don't, and that pretty much eats up all the sleep I would be losing. So I don't think it's really worth it. So more like 1 or 2 streams a week, possible less. So I don't really have like a set plan on what to do in the future, but I won't be able to do like a regular schedule. Yeah, long GD streams do get boring. That's also another reason. But the plan right now is, like, I really did miss streaming, so like I don't plan to stop completely. But the plan as of now is, I guess I just want to do games that, you know, I think I might find fun or worth streaming. or if I could find another niche to stream, that would be nice. Hey, Yangi Sub, good to see you. Yeah, I am actually touching grass. Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy and grateful that you guys are still here despite the fact that I've been gone for so long. So I'm really grateful for that. Oranges! And hey, Waffle. Yeah, if you guys are curious on why I have that orange emoji on my title, it's because of oranges. If I'm not mistaken, this is oranges'. Oh, I am mistaken. But it should be oranges' 1 year followage. Close. I mean, it's close enough. It's close enough. All right. Yes, I am mistaken. But yeah, that's pretty much it for I guess the future of this stream and myself. I think I pretty much touched on what I wanted to talk about. But the plan for this stream is I'm going to be playing a game called the Stanley Parable. In 15 hours. Oh gosh, so that means I have to stream in 15 hours. But it's okay. I mean, I thought it was like on the 25th, so that's why. And I was free today. I had some time. Yeah, thank you, Anki Soap. Yep, I mean, it's not over. Like, definitely. I do plan to in the future, but right now, like, I just don't think it's worth it. Yeah, Stanley Parable is a really good game. It's one of my favorite games, and if you've never heard of it, I guess you're in for a treat. And if you have, try not to, if you know what the game is about, try not to spoil it. It's like, it's one of those games, you know. I don't know. It's been so long. All right, so I guess we can get started with that. If I know how to switch. Yeah, so we're gonna be playing the Ultra Deluxe Edition. I don't know if that's any different than the regular one. But I have played the regular one, and that one came out like 10 years ago. And pretty much the difference between the Ultra Deluxe and the regular is, I think they just added like some new stuff to it, which I'm not sure. That's what we're gonna find out today on this stream, because this version came out 2 months ago on April. So it's a classic. Yeah, 2013. The new one came out 2 months ago. All right. Yeah, let's see. Let me switch my thingy. But yeah, I'm not sure how to describe this game. Like, it's one of those games where it's like a video game that kind of makes fun of video games in a sense. And you play as a character called Stanley. Or you'll play not as Stanley. And you make choices or you don't make choices. Like, it's not a game that you play to win, but a game that plays you. It's kind of deep. Alright. Chasico and Waluigi, hello, welcome. Good to see you guys again. But yeah, we're gonna be playing the Stanley Parable right now. So that's the plan. What's my watch streak? I'm not sure. I can't see that. Oh, it's Mario. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, it's a comedy and choose your path game. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how to describe it, but you'll find out once I start. So let's get started. I'm excited. Like I've actually been wanting to play this, but I wanted to stream it. So here we go. All right, start. Choose a screen and subtitle. I'll go English. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? Yes, I have played it before. I don't know if that does any difference. Slider until the computer is barely visible. Looks good. Please enter the current time. Oh. For me it's 2. Thank you for the follow, Waluigi. Wait, so it's... How do I change it to PM? It's 2:51 right now for me. Wait, what happened? Oh. Am I blind? Wait, what? Where? Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, I am... Okay. Big brain. I am big brain. Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I have a big brain, as you can see. So welcome. Alright, so it's 2:53 now for me, PM. Built different actually. Alright, accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Ooh, do you see this? It's a game within the game. Let's do the settings. What's presentation? Oh. Do I need these? Oh, I think I'm fine. I can leave the volumes up. I don't want VSync. Alright, this is good. Controls. Jump is space. Crouch, interact. Okay, pretty straightforward. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's go. Begin game. I just saw the words suicide and death. Where? Alright, here we go.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every
Yeah, the narrator has a really nice voice. Like better than mine.
Considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that
He's British.
In, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
He's playing GD.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Sounds like
something
me.
was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright, so this is where I move, because I was supposed to be pressing buttons, but you know, one day, something changed. It's one of those games where you like interact with everything, or like the game wants you to interact with everything. Alright, so we're 427. That fresh gaming keyboard. Nothing opens.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
The door closed.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What? Alright, everyone's missing.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Where are his coworkers? I wonder. Break the door down with a hammer. Oh, I turned off the computer. Look at the face cam spamming buttons. Yeah, that's me. Where's everyone? I can turn off the computer. I can't turn it back on. Trash the place. I would if I could. You can't jump. I got an achievement that says you can't jump.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Yeah, so that's what I like about the game. So like they kind of like make fun of what you actually do, or what Stanley does, or me controlling Stanley. But it's one of those things you do in the video game, you know? You're trying to like explore every nook and cranny of a place, or that's what I do. There goes all those people's work.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
See? Like, that's what the narrator tells you to do, but like, should I go to the one on the right? Or should I listen to them? I'll go on the left. Go to the right? Maybe the next playthrough we can do that.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Where is everyone?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alright, so do I go to the boss's office then? How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. I really like the level of detail put into this game. Like, all of this stuff is really like detailed. Yeah, follow the narrator first. There's a broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
But do I want to see if there's something in the broom closet?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
No reason to still be here, but what if there was something? Are the presentation slides changing by themselves?
It was baffling
Yeah.
that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Oh my gosh. I'm staying in here. I just want to see what he says.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Oh my goodness.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Okay. I like this broom closet now.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Yeah, I'm doing the broom closet ending.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money.
Oh my.
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That is brutal.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby?
I'm still alive.
The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Alright, I think that's pretty much it. I don't think he's gonna say anything else. But let's just pretend that I'm dead and someone else is taking over the computer. If I just stay here, nothing's gonna happen. Alright, so I guess we're stepping out. We have to see. Alright, we can wait a little bit. Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. Alright, but I'm gonna move on. I think that's pretty much it. Alright.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Okay, so he did think that I died.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, I'm just gonna follow what he says on my first playthrough, and then like when I do a next playthrough, we can see what's this? We can try to like not follow what the narrator says. Go down. I mean, I could. What's down?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that.
I'm gonna get fired.
And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations.
Oh.
For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Really?
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange.
What?
This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it.
Whoa.
I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
It's just a dream.
And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken
Whoa.
up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
It's him.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be?
It's not a dream.
Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago?
Yeah.
How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control.
Okay.
That this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up.
Wake up.
He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
But was it a dream then? Oh, he's still there.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
What?
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She
went
rose,
upstairs.
got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few
That's Stanley,
brief
right?
moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh. Hey, Amgen, good to see you. Is that the end then? We're back to the office. Yeah, we're playing the Stanley Parable. I think that was one of the endings. So there are different...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
He's saying the
Perhaps he
same
had
thing.
simply missed a memo.
Everyone's still missing.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
I'm to the VIP wheel. I took it off for a bit, but I'll bring it back in the future. Virtue, hello, good to see you.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Go to the right. What happens if I go upstairs though? I'm kind of curious. I guess we can check it out later.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Alright, let's see what happens here.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring.
It's a nice room.
It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Virtue, thank you for the Prime sub. Wow, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Wait. The first open door on his left. Should I? What if I go here?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay. Yeah, Stanley is very bad at following instructions.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
What if I jump off?
realize that investing in your... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so it starts over.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I want to do that again, but
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
without jumping off. Good job, Stanley. You are in
When
control.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope, I'm not.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's
Right.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Let's not jump this time.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
I get to that
This is
version.
it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who's she? I like how he just was talking about him not being an enemy, suddenly cuts off when you die and comments about your death. kind of creepy. Why is this? Do I just go in? It's just... Oh.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
What happens if I don't pick up the phone? Is it just gonna keep ringing? Run away? Can't get out. It is plugged in.
As Stanley picked up the phone,
I unplugged
a
it.
white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope.
I unplugged
hope
it.
for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly. I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits.
Big brain.
Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner?
What?
You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Actually?
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
Ooh.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
A what?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
Okay.
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside.
True.
At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Wow. Actually?
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
What if I mean, they just gave me an instructional video on how to make the correct choice. Or a good choice. Alright, so... they're taking me back. I can't even go back anymore. Okay.
Now that we
They
know
even
your choices
fenced it
are
off,
meaningful,
so I can't
we
jump
can't
off.
have you jumping off the platform and
Oh my
dying.
goodness.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
It's not. Yeah, I don't have a choice. I can't jump. Wait, no, I can't. Alright, I guess I have to go back now. Wow, they opened the door for me too.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Okay.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What if I...
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Wait, it's blocked. Oh, what is that though? Oh, got me. He got me. I don't have a choice then. I have to go on this side.
Oh, it's ruined.
Oh.
I can't believe after everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work?
I broke the game.
What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh my. He just shut off my game. Oh whoa. Alright, this is kinda creepy.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it?
Oh.
That there's a world outside of you. You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility.
Oh.
You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
Huh?
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
Oh,
just
here we go
follow my
again.
lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm going this way again.
No! Why did you do that?
Oh,
Quickly,
my bad.
hurry back.
Oh.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
He locked the door. I can't go in anymore. Oh, wait.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
I think, yeah, just loops, I think.
behave exactly as Stanley would.
Okay, so
that means
I don't
choosing
have a choice.
responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
All right, I'll go left.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just gonna loop if I keep going on the right. Hey, X Gaming, good to see you. How's it going? It's been a while. Alright, so...
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Now it's like the regular...
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers, resent coworkers for not supporting you more, let it ball up inside you. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic on the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Yo, Jimmy Clyde, good to see you. How's it going? Number of slides on this slide. Charts and slides. Okay. But like, that doesn't really tell you anything. Oh, rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Oh my gosh. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging. The boss appreciation minute. Circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Solving interpersonal conflict. You find yourself in the conflict with another diligent employee, like yourself. Why did we hire you? Oh my goodness. What are your dreams for the future? Spring break. Success. Mitosis. Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time every day with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Alright, so just like loops. What do people want? Things, money, more money. Things with money to buy more things. True. Graphs. Graphs about things plus money. We have our new product. The stock market is somewhere here. Profits. Wait, it says profits. Okay, interesting. I love mitosis too. Room closet. Oh, it's locked now.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
I
office.
can't go downstairs anymore. This is the boss's office.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode.
He did?
He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
Oh.
Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door?
Just gave
Would
us
it still
the
work?
passcode.
There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Yeah, I already did the broom closet. So it's Night Shark 115. Do I just say it? How do I... Oh.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
Oh, Stanley can't speak.
You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story.
Oh,
this
no.
is a crucial step.
Stanley can't speak.
Okay,
stuck.
fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Wait.
he entered the door on his left.
Wait, what?
Stanley? Hello?
I'm not controlling him.
Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end?
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something.
Stanley can't move unless I'm controlling him. But
This is more important.
I'm just
than
watching him
you
now.
know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening?
Oh,
to this?
no.
Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide.
yeah.
Time to make sure your choice is
Just wait.
correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Oh no. Okay, it starts over. So that was one of the endings, it looks like.
All of his co-workers were gone. What? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Yeah, so there is an achievement that says to click on door 435 times. Alright, let's do 20.
I have to say,
What?
I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost
Alright.
certainly 50 clicks.
Let's do 50 clicks. It's 40.
No,
50?
I'm still not feeling it. I
What?
want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for
Sure,
valiant
click.
effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost.
All right.
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay, I'll do that. Where's 417? Oh my gosh, the things I'm willing to do for an achievement. Clicking doors. New content. Wait, where's 417? Oh, we're here.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Where is 437? Oh my goodness. Did I pass it again? 436 is here. Oh, here it is.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Oh my goodness. 415. Here it is.
Now, back to door number 437.
Oh my goodness. I'm actually listening to it. 437.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
The copy machine?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Oh no. I love this game.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419. Where is his desk? I can't. Because I can't jump.
Yes!
okay, got
this
it.
is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Oh no. Where is 416? I think it's this way? Wait, no. Oh. They actually met. Oh, so there's no 416. That's unfortunate. So this would have been 416. Oh man. Alright, I'll do it after. What happens if we go here?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, I want to do like the regular way first and then I'll do the new content.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
I wonder if the broom
Feeling a
closet is
wave
open
of
now.
disbelief, Stanley decided to
open.
go up to his boss's office. Oh no,
He knows.
no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Okay. So it's not gonna be anything. Yeah. Best room in the game.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Whoa. I've got the feeling money's for stealing. But not yours, of course. So, that's a lovely purse. That's a nice bathroom. Hey, Sink Boss. Hello. That is a very shiny toilet.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled,
Wait, this is
Stanley
different.
wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2845. Yeah, Stanley would have known.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yeah, he doesn't know that.
Two, 845.
I'm not doing it. Stanley would never know.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency
just forgot.
override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
He just gave up. Okay, so what happened? Okay, the door opened. He got frustrated that I wasn't answering the correct pin code. Oh, mine is dark. I was playing
Descending
in the
deeper into the
perspective
building,
of Stanley.
Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Whoa. Okay, let's see what's here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Wait a second. Escape. And I kind of want to know what happens if I go on escape. If you spam the 8 button on your keypad until it says the word 8. I didn't get anything. Alright, let's go to this part.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it,
It's a
the
trap.
truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh. I think he's telling the truth, right? But I'm curious. I'm willing to die just to see.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I can still go back, but this is death.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Stanley is willing to confront his death. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Wait, he's not dead.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was
wait.
inched closer and closer to his
no.
demise, it reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye, Stanley. I'm sorry. No.
Farewell, Stanley,
Wait, what?
cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh, what?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
It's a different person. A different narrator.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
What? Office. This is deep. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when the buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of the keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. That's interesting. Credits. What's over here? This is the office. What's over there then? So is office clock. That is not the time. The boss's office. Yeah, I remember that. The lunch. Underground. An early version of the underground portion of the game.
Stanley pushed the big red button.
Oh, it's like the props used for the game.
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh, I don't know. How about they're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing? Does that sound plausible?
Now look
to you?
closely, Stanley.
See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Poor level design, textbook mistake. Stanley,
It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad
Leon.
game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it.
True.
Here, I'm just going to make this easy on you.
Sure, we'll get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be in the story.
Interesting. Alright, let's go up here. Let's see what's here. This is Freedom Ending. This was the very first incarnation of the Freedom Ending in the game's alpha. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the Countdown ending. So there's a Countdown ending. And there's a Freedom ending. Monitor room elevator. The elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with Freedom above and Countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the two different endings together instead. Countdown room. Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate that. I can't tell which voice is yours. It's the one that's not British. Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011, second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. Okay. So these added like more stuff to it. Interesting. Yo, Rich. Good to see you. Where's the broom closet ending? Alright, I'm kind of lost. I think... Oh, what's that? I'm gonna go back. What's over here? The game is now paused. Alright, so this is the escape menu. Alright, so this is like a museum of like the game. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape room. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which is frustrating for everyone. I think I remember that. Zending. This screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Zending levers. These were originally a part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. Okay. Trailers. Ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one in May 2012. Features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of the Stanley Parable. Okay. What was that one room that I missed? Oh wait. The apartment timer. Wait, what? There's an apartment ending? A timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Interesting. The cargo lift, the second version of, is functionally the same as what's in the final game. But we wanted to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. The cargo lift. What's over here? Meeting room. so they have like a bunch of the choices of like obey and disobey, and there's like a confusion ending. I'm guessing that's the, I don't remember, is that, I'm not too sure on that, what that is. There's a vent. The flow of hallways featuring the first 2 doors was important to get right since players will play them so many times. We discussed the number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. So it's the first one. Alright, there was one more room I missed. I think it was... Oh, I missed this part. Warzone. Saying we end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. Realized shortly after starting to build that was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. But some people interpret it as making fun of people who like shooters, which is not our intention. Okay. This is back to where the main room. There was one more room I missed. I think it was like that. What's this one? Narrator emails. After the second trailer we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of these emails. This is like a normal email. Hi, Mr. Narrator Guy, I have a question for you, sir, and it is, what is your message for today? Hey, Dragonfruit, good to see you. Alright, thank you for the like, Virtue. There is a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Thanks and goodbye. That is true. Alright, goodbye. Alright, I need to go back to that one room. I think I missed it. I forgot where it was, though. Oh, it was here. Oh.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Wait, what? I'm gonna pull it.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no
Is that the only way?
other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Oh gosh. Was I supposed to do it? Oh, okay. We're back.
All of his co-workers were gone. What? Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
A measly 5
now, suppose
clicks.
you were to click the door 20 times. I would say when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, I'm gonna go back there and quit out.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Nailed it shut.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Was it 2-8?
What could it mean?
Or 8?
Stanley wondered aloud to nobody.
I don't remember.
He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk. pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Let's try
But
it.
of course, Stanley couldn't. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code.
Wow.
By sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. Stanley is so smart. He randomly got it. That is crazy. Alright.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
I'll
Mind
go this way
Control
first.
Facility.
I'm kind of curious what happens if I just follow him.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Welcome back, Richard.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Whoa.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Whoa.
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
It was 437 or 427. And that's his. What's this?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Oh.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
I mean,
never.
I am
It was
controlling him.
unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yes.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad
What?
or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. Let's press off then, right?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
That was loud, yeah.
Yes. He had won.
That was it.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Yeah, I'm
Where
actually.
had his co-workers
Actually.
gone?
Oh.
How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
We're gonna touch
But
grass.
as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do,
Yo.
or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
Grass.
Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
So this is like the normal ending, like the actual like beat the game ending. Okay.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
Yeah, but I beat the game.
When Stanley came to a set of two
But I
open
didn't beat the
doors,
game.
he entered the door on his left.
What happens if I press on in that last
Yet there was not a
scene?
single person
Would that
there
have made a
either.
difference?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I'll do the new
The
content
moment he entered
once
his
I'm
manager's office, Stanley froze in his
2,
tracks.
8, 4,
Not
5.
a living soul anywhere. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible,
He
he
knew.
didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy.
Oh.
So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Okay. I'm trying to speedrun.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the
Calmly
opened
walked forward.
passageway.
Okay. Alright. Let's go to that place again, but like, we just press on instead of off. And then I'm gonna go to the escape room, and then after going, I'm gonna go to the escape room, and then I'm going to quit the game right before I get crushed. Or before
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Where's the button? Okay.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Calming New Age music.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe.
That's
It
kinda
couldn't
creepy,
be
though.
true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Like, just think about if
No.
you were in
He
Stanley's shoes.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Like, imagine in real life, you were just, controlled by someone else.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold
All right,
reality
so-
of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that
on.
this machinery would never... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for
Oh,
yourself?
gosh,
Is that what you
different.
wanted? Control?
Yes.
Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Stanley?
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind.
Gosh.
What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is.
Where'd I go?
More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means.
No.
I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, good load. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
Backup power to activate.
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story.
Here it is.
Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever,
I need to press the
pushing
buttons in order.
endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
1.
I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing.
I don't know if this does anything.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go.
Where's 4?
But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds.
Goodness.
Time doesn't grow on trees.
I needed that.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Yes.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
Please.
Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Sold?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Gosh, just laugh.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
Gosh, that's
messed up. Will you cling
up.
desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count.
Let's let it go.
Or don't.
All right,
it's all
we're done.
the same to me. All a part of the joke.
All right.
And believe me,
Fun.
I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Oof. So, there actually was no way to
All of his co-workers were gone.
turn that off.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. So I'm gonna do the escape, and then we're going to...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on
There
his
must be a way.
left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Let's try what happens
Feeling
if
a wave of
we actually
disbelief,
escape
Stanley
and,
decided to go up to his boss's
quit the
office.
game.
Coming to a staircase,
I'm curious.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And then I'm gonna do the new content.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
He knows. He actually knows.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nope.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Back on track.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Settle up, hello.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
There's a way to get out of the
reflected
destination
that his
ending.
life had been of no
You know how?
consequence whatsoever.
I can try it.
Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
So it's the second time.
Farewell, Stanley.
Because I think I get saved this first time. Stanley gets saved. Yep.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
It's a good game.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making
Remember,
life
these are the buttons
same.
at the
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was
At that
already
room.
dead from the
The
moment he
detonation room.
hit start?
But I'm trying to find... Where's that one room to progress? I think it's here, yep.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Okay, so this is the part where after...
But listen to me. You can still save these two.
Quit the
You
game,
can
right?
stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do...
So here I'm just gonna escape and quit.
This is the story
Okay,
of
that
a
doesn't
man
do
named
anything.
Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number
It's just
427.
time to go outside.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them,
Oh, that makes
and
sense,
in
yeah.
what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
What the?
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Can't skip.
Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Let's get retro.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Let's do the new content now.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Okay, yeah, let's do the new content. I think we already did all the choices from the first original game.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Go to the right at the doors. I already did that, right? I mean here?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I missed it.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, I remember. I missed that
The
part.
lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
The first door into his left.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, it just takes you back to the first part. What happens if I go here? Hey Minnie, the Andy.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Okay, I don't
So now in order to get back, he needed to go from here it's left.
Wait. But I don't have any other choice. Narrator didn't.
Oh no, no, it's to the right. My mistake.
Oh, okay.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Oh. He's looking through his papers. Thank you for the stretch.
Let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right.
Oh no.
Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Wait. Oh gosh. Oh, we're just back to here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Oh.
Okay. We just have to get back to who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now.
Oh no.
The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Okay.
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
You can't jump in this
Stanley
game.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So, there's actually a control that says you can jump, but when you try jumping, nothing happens. And there's an achievement that says you can't jump, so you unlock it.
When Stanley...
Wait, what?
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
True.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. let's find the story.
Hey, Mumza, good morning. It's good to see you. Yes, I'm streaming. Alright, I don't know which way to go now, because originally, there was only supposed to be 2 doors, this one and that one, and now like a bunch of different doors just opened, and I don't know which one to go to. Let's go to this one.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
I am lost.
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot.
Okay.
Why not?
You should start the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Did I fix it? Wait, what?
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes.
Wait, I haven't seen this before. Thank you so much.
No, wait, never mind. Not the
For the
story.
lurk.
Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Wait, it's a dead end. Wait, what?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so.
Hey, Stacks, good to see
I
you.
can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building.
Yes.
Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Oh.
Congratulations!
I beat the
I
game.
know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
No.
Some people win fair and square, and this
True.
was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is.
Me too.
I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay. Wait.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Hey, Jigstar, good to see you. Hello. Alright, so we just follow the line. What happens if I go here? Oh, it's the dead end? Okay.
No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
Okay. We're following the line. I guess. It has been ages, yeah.
You see? The line knows where the story is.
The line.
It's over in this direction.
Okay.
Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the
that's
act
deep.
of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
Wait, why did
Now we can
it go
both
on the
agree
walls?
that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
What?
Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on.
What is
That got a
this?
bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Oh my
You
goodness.
know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh wow, that's loud. My ears. This is actually really loud. Oh my gosh. It's better. Welcome back. Wait, what? Okay. I'm just following the adventure line.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern.
Huh?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Okay.
Make sure you study it closely.
Can you guys
and
study it for
remember
me?
it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Alright, take a screenshot of it. Get every single detail. Apparently this fern is going to be really important later on. Alright, got it? Alright, let's go.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
Yes.
Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh, we're back to here.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh, okay. There's still the line.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for
True.
us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting,
Yes.
daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How
Yes.
about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting.
Yes.
Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story.
A
Well,
new
it could
story.
be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
It's a
Use
loop.
your imagination.
Oh.
Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again.
Not you
Stanley,
again.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
I like the line.
No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I like how it has like a trademark logo.
Ah, a
Ooh.
choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Okay.
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
What?
Okay. So I know that each door has to
Yeah,
lead
actually making me
somewhere,
walk in
which means
circles.
that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds
Wait, the
with the
door's changed.
counter-inverted reverse door's origin.
Wait.
So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Okay, that makes
Come,
sense.
Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Oh, the confusion ending.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
Okay.
It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
Wait,
It's really
look
how
at this.
all this goes? It's all determined?
Nice.
So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me?
Find a
Why
bookstore.
don't I get to
Get bored and
decide?
leave.
Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Okay.
And the timer stopped?
Oh.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are
That is
right
true.
now. We'll find out, won't we?
Screenshot this.
Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you do...
Oh. What just happened? Okay. So he's gone then, right? And he forgets everything.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
so it's
simply
back
missed a
to
memo.
Normal. And there's like 2 doors again. Yeah. So I think that's pretty much it. I think... Yeah. So I think we did everything then. So let's try out the new content room. We did everything, right? Like, go to the screenshots? What do you mean, like, check my screenshots? Wait. No, it's not anymore. I think we already did the resets. How do I check my screenshots? Oh, so that was the 5th restart, right? Find the confusion in the schedule and narrator restarts the game. That's the 5th restart. Narrator forgets about previous restarts. Stanley again attempts to play the story but is prevented. Unable to go anywhere. Yeah, we did that. The game restarts on its own. Find the line again, begin following the line. Attempt to make up a story here. Narrator starts the game. There is no ongoing office, simply black space. Oh, I don't remember this part. Oh, I'm at 5. So what do I do now? You go to the left door? Oh, attempt to play the story. Okay, yeah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, let's just... Oh, what is this? It's different.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, everything just opens.
Here's the door, just go.
He's like so used to it happening often. Oh, the schedule is useless. Really?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that
Yeah.
read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television
Alright, I guess we just do the
screens.
regular ending.
What
Then.
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I think this is the same thing. But what do you consider
Now the
it
monitors
beaten
jumped to
though?
life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an
Because there's so many
employee
different
in the building.
endings.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them,
Are you going to play another game?
eternally monitored
Yes,
in this
but
place
I'm not sure if I
where
did this stream.
freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job?
I can't jump.
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
It's not enough. You can't jump in this game.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
There was like
his own life
jumping
in
off the
someone
ledge
else's
ending.
control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
So I think this is just the same thing. Like, I'm just gonna...
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Yeah.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine...
Oh, wow, it's so loud. Oh my gosh. My ears. This is the touching grass ending.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
So this is the original
Whatever
ending.
life he lives,
Can I
it
walk
will
off
be
here?
his.
I don't think so.
And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin,
Another
the
ending.
feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Only the mind control facility. Isn't there an ending where like I just close the door and like it prevents Stanley from like doing anything crazy? He just stays in the office.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
I think
What
this
if
is
he
an
had to
ending.
make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me.
Okay.
Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Oh. Alright, that's pretty much an ending. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What about... I think there was like
No matter
another
how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
ending. Here? Oh. Like, can I just get out of here? Oh.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Oh.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think?
That's
Isn't
pretty
this
clever.
a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to
That
drink
is
it all
clever.
in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Are you sick of this gag? No?
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop?
Yeah.
Do you think it would have been particularly different?
Would
I
it?
have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time.
yeah.
What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option.
I haven't.
And now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision
Yes,
whether to
I'm
come
back
back
here.
here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Oh, so you're just gonna like make me stay here. There is no way out. Okay, so what happens if I press yes? I'm actually really curious. He got me.
All of his co-workers were
It's like
gone.
we
What
go
could it
through
mean?
this.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked,
Unless
he
I
couldn't
can't
find
anymore.
a trace of his co-workers.
Can I do it anymore? Okay, it's still possible.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want.
That is true.
Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where
That
you
is
are
true.
literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible
Oh, no.
and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Does this end?
You too will become quite unbearable.
I'm assuming it loops. I think. Sounds different though. Oh, there was another one that I forgot to do. To answer the phone, yeah, answer the phone. Because I unplugged the phone that first time. But does this end? Oh, it did end. But, I guess nothing happens. Alright, I'll just restart. Can't believe I actually sat through that. Oh my.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wasn't there one, like, with buttons or something? Alright, let's do the phone one first. So, I forgot how I got there. So it was like, the right? And then we go straight.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Everything wrong, as in don't listen to the
Standing
narrator.
now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nope, I am not. And then, yeah, I'll go this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
We don't jump off here. We just...
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong
Take the
foot
cargo.
here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Yeah, do that after,
That's her, Stanley.
after I do the...
You need to be the
normal
one to
stuff
do
first.
this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Okay, let's pick up the phone this time. Huh?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Whoa.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Ouch.
Who want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
That kind of hurts. Hey, Laser Dash, good to see you.
This is a very sad story about the
What?
death of a man named Stanley.
Press V on your keyboard, okay.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press B.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Please press F.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Please press T to watch TV.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Please press O to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through
Wait, that's
either.
what we did.
At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Please press K to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
What?
And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Oh, that's sad.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I'm not doing it. The thing is, I don't think it's gonna do anything if I don't press anything. So I think they make you press it. I don't have a choice.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Please press I to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please
and Stanley
die.
pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Okay. I think that's how it ends. Which is that's kind of depressing. Okay, I think there's another.
All of his co-workers were...
Yeah, you can show an ending.
No, this isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Wait, it's different? I'm doing this one like very soon. I'm just doing like other stuff right now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's...
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Did I
Perhaps he
miss
wanted to
this?
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded,
The mind
butterflies
control-
in his
oh.
stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his
I
left.
can get there by just going this way.
And
then,
so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on
Yeah,
track.
so this... I can still go to the mind control facility here.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
I can't believe
decided
this
to
is
go
actually-
up to his boss's office. Hoping he might find an aunt. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Back on track. It just opens for me now.
Here's the door, just go.
Okay, so mind control facility is here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
And then what? Do I press this? I don't see any other options unless I go back. Oh, it's locked. One of the desks you can climb on. You mean this one? Oh. Oh, okay.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
Oh.
Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a
Okay.
bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending. If that
Okay.
enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave?
Yes.
New content.
New content.
Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music
Okay.
just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you.
Aw.
That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job.
This game.
3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending.
Oh
Now
my
it's an
gosh.
ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Good job.
Good job,
You did it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Okay. That was an ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Let's try.
Perhaps he had
I think
simply
there was
missed a
another
memo.
one I missed. I think it was like I have to go to the right. I think I missed it. So like on this path, go to the right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to
And
the
then to
meeting
the
room,
cargo
and
lift.
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't
So I
fired
think
years
I
ago.
can actually jump down.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Yeah, right.
Someone you've
Jump
forgotten
here.
about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to
Yeah, I haven't
convince
done
you
this
of
yet.
this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that
Danger
I'm on your
everywhere.
side. Give me a chance.
Okay, I haven't done this yet. Let's see what happens. Wait a second.
Now listen carefully,
Oh,
this
okay.
is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
So I just don't listen to him and go through the blue door, right?
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue.
I still don't think we're communicating properly.
There's a door.
Stanley walked through the red
There's a
door.
blue door here.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to
Yes.
find out what lies at the end of this road
I
you've
do.
chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here.
Oh.
I haven't even finished building this section of the map
Oh.
because you were never supposed to be here in
My
the
bad.
first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
Okay.
There we go. A third option. This already
Oh.
feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay. New content.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Yeah, I give him a good feedback. I think it's like 5 stars, right?
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Oh.
And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
What? A leaderboard. That's awesome. Did you know that only the worst 3% players chose their blue door? 98.9% players are more attractive than Stanley. Take you to get to the correct door, complete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. I'm last. Friends list empty. Okay. Let's go in again.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Yes.
Again, honest answers, please.
Actually, yeah.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity
Ooh.
to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
I wouldn't.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game,
What?
the baby crawls left towards danger.
Okay.
You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful
Oh
game.
no.
All about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4
I have
hours
to
of
play
play
this for
to
4
make sure
hours?
it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I am not playing this for 4 hours. Maybe another stream. Oh my goodness. I just let the baby die.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me.
You can't actually play it
I'm not
for
even
4
going
hours.
to try.
Alright,
I'm
maybe
out. I'm
another
out.
stream.
I'm done. It's over.
It's
Thank
over.
you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Yeah.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Are we playing another game? Wait, this is
Aha! Fascinating.
This is
What do you think
Firewatch.
this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
whoa.
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on
This is
innocent
Firewatch.
civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it.
Can't do anything,
What a
though.
fascinating venture into the experience of
This is actually a
total
really good
mental
game.
depravity. So
Highly
far,
recommend it.
I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I think GD was about to pop up. Wait, this is awesome. I'm playing a game within the game.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
What's wrong? I want to play this.
It is. It's an open world game.
Yes.
Good God, quickly block it off.
Huh? No, what?
Oh,
What?
thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong
That was a
directions.
Minecraft
No
door
path
sound
to
effect.
follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it.
I can't.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
Another game?
Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Okay. Are we playing it?
Okay,
What
I
game?
think this will be just the thing.
Wait, it's Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice
It's
big box for you
Rocket
to run
League.
around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
That is game design.
Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally
Where's
impressed.
the ball, though?
Okay, so what exactly do we do
Solar here?
Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball.
Sports
oh, what
ball.
fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh. Oh my goodness, this is actually Rocket League. But I'm not in the car.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Yes, this is fun.
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on?
Oh.
Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
I'm insane. Oh, there's 2 balls.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing,
I don't
doesn't
know
it?
which team
Stanley,
I'm on.
I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Oh gosh. He's mixed 3 sports
Are you enjoying
into
this,
one
Stanley?
sentence.
Are you having fun? Is this a real video game?
It is pretty fun.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what?
Oh.
It's over.
Aw.
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes.
Jeez.
You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing.
That is
Yes,
true, though.
That's what I am. I am structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much.
that is true.
But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
Wait. Is he just gonna keep me in here? Oh, I can jump in the goal. Because, you know, it doesn't really... It's not an actual... Yeah, I can jump down, right?
Hold on. What are you doing?
Ooh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you.
Where are we now?
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much.
What do I do here? Filing cabinets. Oh, I'm jumping down more. That's what happens when you get Rocket League from the dark web. Oh gosh. These doors don't open. It's so dark. Can't see much. Where do I go? Is it here already? Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. What? There's nothing here. Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh, this is just gonna leave. Okay, so that's one of the endings. So there's one more. I think instead of taking the blue
A
doors.
soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
That's different. So let's do the same thing. Instead of going through the blue doors, we go in the red one. So that's another choice.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to
After
stop
some
by the
bright rain.
employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Right,
And
thank
here
you for
it
learning,
was,
Dragon Fruit.
the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Hey, Vision, good to see you.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yep, I'm going to the
Look,
red door.
Stanley,
And
I
then your
think
content.
perhaps
I think
we've
this is the
gotten
last
off
one.
on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Oh,
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Drop right?
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look,
Red door.
let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Yes.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that
Wait
it's
a
killing
second.
us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh. Oh, wait, what?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
What is this? Oh, you missed the Rocket League, Solar.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually
you should watch the
feel
VOD. It's actually really
happy.
awesome. Okay. Whoa. Whoa, this is trippy. I must have to go in here.
No, wait.
Oh,
Where are you going?
my bad.
Right. Where were we?
They're just gonna like... Okay.
Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset.
Oh.
We'll lose all of this.
I won't die, don't worry.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Okay. Do I just... jump? I'm doing it.
No!
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
thank God. You lived.
Oh, it makes fun of the
You
fall
have me
damage.
worried there for a... No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both
Again?
go back. Why are you doing this?
Okay.
Stanley,
I can't die.
let's go back to the other room. Can you
Oh, wait.
do that for me?
I am going slower, so...
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it?
Third time's
You were
the charm.
literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Is this suicide ending or something?
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore.
Oh no.
I just wanted us to get along.
This is kind of depressing.
But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
This is depressing.
Well, this one is yours.
I'm like walking so slow now.
Is it over?
Oh.
It's going to restart, isn't it?
Oh.
I'm going back.
That's so sad. Alright, let's do new content.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude... Oh, new content? What does that mean?
416 is here.
New content.
Let me do the buttons achievement again. So 5 times.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks.
It's like 20.
Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Lost count.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it.
50?
Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm
No?
still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Yeah, but I found it in the new content room, so I think we could do it. Wait, where is it?
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine. All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Oh, let's just see if it does
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
anything. Let's try it.
We've almost
Yeah,
got
it
it!
works.
Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Oh my gosh, he's so excited. I want this achievement so bad. Wait, where's the copy machine?
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on
clicks.
door 430!
This is it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes!
Yes!
We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
All right.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
So I did get an achievement from doing that. All right, new content. Ooh, I'm excited. I've never seen this before.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
That's what I'm playing.
reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
What's on consoles too?
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Me too. Is this a horror game? It's not. It's like a game that kind of makes fun of other
Okay,
games.
so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing
It's
adventure.
a lot deeper than that. Okay, what do I do?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or here we go. All right, finally, at long
New
last,
content,
it's
let's
on to
go.
the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Oh, so excited.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me
There
the
it
content,
is.
Stanley.
Let's see it. Where is it? What?
All right, let's see it.
Oh, we could jump.
The jump circle?
No way. Oh, we can jump. We can only jump in the circle. Oh, but we're gonna run out. Aw, we can't jump anymore. Oh, that was fun.
Is that it?
Is that it?
Surely that's not all the new content.
Yes.
There has to be something else, right?
Yeah, there has to be, right?
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content
True.
right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new
is true.
content. And oh, wait.
Okay, there's more. There's more.
Very
Let's see.
good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else.
Yes, there has to
Let's
be.
see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Wait.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
It actually
What
says
quality
that.
assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
Is that really it?
And we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, No gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
No way. That is the new content. Oh, it's different now though. It's different.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent!
In the vent?
I want to show you... Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Ouch. Okay, let's check it out. Let's go in the vent.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Oh my goodness. Actually venting.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
Yes.
Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Oh.
Take a look.
Whoa.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Whoa.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched?
I do remember,
Back
actually.
then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
The good times. $1? Oh, this is an actual achievement in the game. And this is actually... Oh, I actually got this achievement. So, you just don't play for 5 years and you turn it on again to get this achievement. Let's go outside. Okay. You actually touch grass to unlock
And over
the
here
achievement.
is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Yeah, don't
like
read
this
reviews.
stunning triumph of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created.
Damn.
That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
It's really just elevator. Okay. Wait a second. Oh.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable,
This is so
surprising,
deep.
and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
I mean, that makes sense if you put it in that perspective.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait,
Wait.
hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
New content.
What's this? What's down here?
Whoa.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Okay, let's see it. Oh.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Is there another way? I think this is a dead end. Yeah, that was where we came from. Yeah, so it's only this way. There's a good review here. I can't read it though. Oh, there's another one.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if
so
I'm
meta.
preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
Aww.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable
No.
isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
It's just you can't please everyone.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded
true, though.
explanations of what's
But I don't
happening.
mind that.
I wish there was a skip button.
It defeats the purpose of the
A
game.
skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay. If you want it. A skip
And
button.
here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant
gonna wait.
droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling
I don't
on
mind
and on
it.
and on. No. The
It's pretty
Stanley
entertaining.
Parable is a game for the people, and if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue,
Is he
and
gonna
it
stop,
goes
though?
something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the
Gosh,
end
that
of
voice,
time,
though.
at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards. The deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices,
It
or
just
what
repeats.
have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth,
Yeah, I'm
until...
skipping.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy
guess this is
ruminations
like
on
the
the nature of choice in video games.
The purpose
of course,
of
I happen to
pressing the
believe
button.
it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are or were or will be at the time of having made said choice.
So you want
that is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being,
rambling.
then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you... Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you?
Yeah.
But that's the power of the button.
Oh,
the minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review. Merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game.
Okay.
Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time.
I'm kind of curious.
The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment.
That's
you are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune. A privilege.
I think someone actually copied this word for word
such
in the
an
reviews.
experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future.
They want you to skip.
Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. Well, I have
so he's just gonna repeat it.
It's simply too wonderful.
If he does it again, then
I have to experience this just one more time. From the Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes.
Oh, really? No, it wasn't that far.
Unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
What?
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place?
Whoa.
I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button.
I can't do anything,
there was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was.
I'm sorry.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's Oh, Stanley.
Oh, my goodness.
You're back.
How long has it been?
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley,
A week?
I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks?
2 weeks?
I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And
Oh no.
oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've
We're
been
just
through.
stuck here.
I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year.
been a year.
Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed
I'm still curious.
opportunities.
I actually want to listen to what he
Nothing
has
at
to
all
say.
but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it
He's just
all
gonna
in
ramble.
a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse
gonna
of
skip,
every
I'm sorry.
moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down.
Is he dead? Hello? He's gone. He's gone. The clock fell down. This is dead. This thing's beeping.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down
still
review
talking
and
about
make
the negative
all of their
review.
pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an
Raiders.
uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world
That
where
is true,
someone will
though.
say,
It's kinda sad.
oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever.
Oh.
We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen.
Yeah, that's
The
true.
most
though.
immediate desires. Every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward.
I'm sorry. He's just rambling. Oh no, he's gone again.
The end is never the end, 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 is
Oh my
never the
goodness.
end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Okay. So this is the new content. Oh. We're just stuck here forever. We got the skip button. But at what cost? Oh. I wonder how long it's been. Whoa! He's been here for like 50 years or something. He's pressing to skip. Wait. I like how everything is like getting destroyed, except like this is still standing strong. I can still like actually press it. Hey John. Oh, it finally has been crumbled. I don't think I can press it anymore. We can actually go touch grass. Whoa, wait. I'm doing good, thank you. So it's been like probably like 50 years pressing that skip button. I don't know where to go now though. I'm like in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Is that it? Or is it?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Wait, what? New content. It's not over.
Oh good, you noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay. New content. If I asked about some of the life
Stanley,
updates.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, so I pretty much set the life updates at the beginning of this stream, so you can check that out, I guess, whenever you have some time.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
You came at the right time, Chillbeans. We're checking this new game out.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Okay.
I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here
you don't have to.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
We're just trying out this new game, the Stanley Parable 2. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Whoa! Really? I actually want to try that.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Wait, it's gonna say my name. I don't know why I'm so excited for this. Alright, let's do it.
Jim. Sorry,
wait, what?
I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. I was excited too. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Yeah, I feel it.
Jim. Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button described you. Do it again, do it again.
Oh my goodness.
Jim. Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button.
Yeah.
I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
This is too good.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are. Jim.
Oh no. Gosh. Taking away the fun from me. Hey Jim, it's been a while since you streamed. Hey Lucklino, good to see you.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Oh, that's smart.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Yes,
it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out
spoilers,
later.
Yeah. What's over here? Oh, free, new, easy achievements. Okay. I get it. Free achievement, get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps, it just works. Okay, I want that.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Let's try it.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified.
I didn't get
this
anything.
is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I want the achievement, though. So I guess it's intentional where you can't get that achievement. Darn it. Alright, let's see what else
What
we
else?
got.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, the jump circle, that was...
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
What's the point, though?
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Okay, guess we can't jump. What else do they got? Infinite hole. It won't end. What's here? No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I'll go this one. Get well someday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really
That
wanted
is true.
all along.
Oh.
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so... merch.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Okay. Ooh. Alright, so we have reassurance buckets and the button that says gym. We saw that already. Alright, let's look at the reassurance buckets.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal.
Thank you,
and
John.
perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
It's just a
and
bucket.
To be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Hey, Toxicity.
Come on, give it a try.
Alright, so I just... that laugh though.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your
Actually
body.
though, yeah.
And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
It helps.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
It does help.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I feel it, like holding this bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I never considered it, but I do agree now. Okay, so what's next? Let's see what else they got for Stanley Parable 2. Infinite hole. What's the purpose of this one?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact
Portal?
a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video
gosh.
games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top,
teleport button?
and we can continue
G?
onward. Great. Now,
Okay.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Oh, okay. Doesn't work anymore.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again?
Yes.
I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them.
How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom.
It's not infinite.
Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem.
Ouch.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean.
I didn't say anything.
Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole
it's mostly infinite.
infinite. If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on.
That works for me.
I'll just be up here when you're ready.
It's honest, at least.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you.
Yes, I'm the problem.
The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh.
Oh, what? Yeah, it did seem
Did the
shorter.
hole seem even shorter to you
Yeah,
this time?
it did.
I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time
I think
in there
I
than you
did.
did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Alright, what happens if I do it again? Is he gonna block me off?
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk
kinda
about.
wanna go
And I've had
down.
enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Oh, yeah, it's a lot shorter now.
Okay, yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep,
Just call it a
even by
hole.
the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we can do that.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot.
Okay, so the thing is, I can't jump in this game, so if I jump
How
down,
is this still
I
appealing
can't
to you?
go back up.
I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Oh.
You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
It doesn't work. It's not working.
Is the, teleport button not working?
It's not working.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It
Oh,
was
no.
working just a moment ago. Try it again.
It's not working.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye,
What?
Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
No.
And now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything
Oh
else.
no.
Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I can't. Well. I really can't get out. Oh, wait. Okay, it's descending. And then Change your perspective. Oh. That's him. Change your perception. There's music. Oh, so it could be like a scary or good thing. Change your reality. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Change yourself. Dogs? What's reality or self? Oh. What the heck? What's going on? Whoa.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good,
oh.
you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there,
Oh.
drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Toodle-pip. Am I still stuck here? Oh no. Oh. So that's an ending, I guess? I still have the bucket though.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Alright, that was a pretty interesting one. Alright, what am I I'm still missing the... Okay, he did change name, but mostly Infinite Hole. Collectibles. Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
The worst thing about collectibles.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Oh no. But like, where are the other ones? Oh, now it makes me want to collect.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay, so what else do we miss? So we did the jump circle, this map, free achievement, did that. Button that says the name of the player, did that. Merch, settings row champion. Haven't done that. Reassurance bucket, I have that right now. Wait, what just happened? Oh. Office decorations, epilogue. I think I did that already. Collectibles, I did that. So this is exit and I got the settings row champion. So I'm right there at 5. Just this map. That's like a little... I think it's in here. No, that's a free achievement part. Jump circle is there. Where's jump circle here? Alright, so jump circle is N, which is... It's right next to it. Let's go to the exit then.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
I think so,
Ready
yeah.
to move on now?
I think so. Pretty cool concept. No screenshots.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work.
Yeah?
There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you...
Here's the game.
The Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right?
Yeah, that's a good game.
Sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Hmm?
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply,
so that's what he did.
Insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead.
Let's see it.
Take a look.
Ooh. I like it. Alright, here we go. Let's play the Stanley Parable 2. This is the new content.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building
I see the
where
balloons.
he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Oh,
something that would forever change
the Stanley Parable 2.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
The cutscene looks the same.
No one had showed up to
Just
give
has
him
the added
instructions,
balloons.
call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
Can
a
you
memo.
pop the balloons? Guess not. It's the exact same game.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him,
Or 16 is
begging
there.
him to pick it up. Why was he not doing it? When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So what's different not this time then?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Still
up
locked.
to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the
opening.
door, just go.
Oh, the bucket? Did I miss it? I missed the bucket. What's different though? Oh. Oh, this looks the same.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't see anything different.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Okay.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
So maybe I know that they
No,
have the
he
figurines.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his
Yeah, there's
past
nothing
began
different.
to sink
It's
in,
just the balloons.
Stanley
from what I
decided
noticed.
that this machinery...
Why is that so loud?
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Do you think that was the ending? Like the fact
Was it
that
over?
it showed the title screen for the Stanley Parable 2?
Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself.
Alright, I'm just gonna go back. get in the game again. Wait, what is
All
different?
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Wait, this is different.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, buckets.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Oh. I have a bucket now.
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch, but it did little to discourage Stanley's belief in the magic of the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
The buckets. So which one should I go to? Guess I'll listen to him until like a certain part.
Still no one
I wonder
was
if there's
here.
actually the figurines
Stanley
to collect.
needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps
We're
his
hidden
boss's
around.
office was where he'd
Broom
find
closet.
answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
Yes.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves
Yes.
the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom
Yeah, that
closet.
makes sense.
That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now,
How do I
it
even
seems.
hand it
Is this
over?
how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons. But even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of
What?
experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
How do I give it? I'm down to give it away. I guess there's no way.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Oh.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
So it says property of Stanley. You can't see it, but I can show you. Wait. It says
All right,
property of
I've got a
Stanley.
second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
It's a bucket.
There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Okay.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see
Yes.
you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Jeez. I can't give it away. Like, I can't drop it. There's nothing I can do. I think that's the end of his dialogue. So... yeah.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
And the
upstairs to
bucket.
the boss's office.
Oh, I found the figurine.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these.
Oh,
only
now
the
there's 6 of them. We have to
intrinsic
collect them
pleasure
all.
of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried.
Gosh.
So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Alright, so there's 4 more left. Wait. Wait, it's opened. I don't remember this. Not gonna end. Oh, it doesn't really go anywhere.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of
So I have a
hours,
bucket now.
did the
That's the only
bucket's
difference.
warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Okay, I mean, I guess that's pretty much the exact same pin code.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Yeah, it was the bucket.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
So it's pretty much, I just do the normal endings, but I just hold the bucket with me.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Like, what happens if I go on this desk and, like, jump over again with the bucket? Is this the same thing?
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps.
Okay, this is different.
After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says.
Yeah,
I need to see the true ending.
ending.
This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
Oh, that's one of the endings. Okay. Oh, so this is different.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in?
Because where's the
that
bucket
possible?
now?
They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
And this.
No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Where's the bucket though? Wait, it's different. Figurine Finders Committee. Oh, here it is.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of
Thank you,
comfort
Have a
rushed
good one.
over him.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Alright, so let's go through the window with the bucket. Let's see, does that do anything?
Yes,
Oh.
whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the
Thank you
bucket.
for the follow, DJ
not
Vibes.
since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the
bucket.
ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty
my.
beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Oh.
Oh my God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
That's interesting. All right.
All of his co-workers, the confusion and the chaos, all seemed to melt away.
So it's pretty much
Stanley embraced
all the normal
Stanley
endings?
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
It's all the normal endings, but as long as you hold the bucket, it has a different outcome. I think that's my theory. Wait, what? This is different. Bottom text. Weird spinning figurines. Trust the completionist instinct. Gotta collect them all. A large room lot. Oh, so this tells you where they are. I need to take a screenshot of this. A large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs. Somewhere both red and blue. Okay, I know that place. Nearby a fireplace. So that's the boss's room.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did,
closet.
you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
New stickers? Really? Yeah, I know the stairs room. I think there's nothing here. Alright, let's go down then.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wait, what happens if we do this? Oh, here's one.
Another miniature Stanley figurine.
We're halfway there.
You know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines?
Stanlerines.
Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
You gotta go, oranges. Alright, have a good one. Thank you so much for being here. Happy early 1 year
But Stanley just couldn't do
followage.
it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished?
Hey, soldier.
His boss would
Good
think
to
he
see
was
you.
crazy. And then, something
It's
occurred
been so long,
to Stanley.
yeah.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
But the
He
bucket.
looked down at the bucket in his arms.
Okay,
Am
yeah.
I crazy? He asked the bucket.
Different dialogue.
The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good
Where's the
would come
bucket?
from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him. Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
There's so many.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me. He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
That is deep.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Yeah.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Wait, is the same or?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed,
Back to
picked
her
up her
bucket of
bucket of
comfort.
comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of
This man
course,
had no
he'd
bucket.
gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My
The
life
bucket is the mind
kicks
control?
ass.
Oh.
And she backflipped all the way to work.
Backflipped. Alright, so that's one of the other endings with the buckets.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms
Alright,
again,
so
he was home.
let's do the mind control part.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Also, that one's crossed out. So I need to find a large room, lots of boxes. Somewhere both red and blue, so the two, and fireplace. I think the fireplace is where the boss's room is.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I think it's here. Isn't there a fireplace here? Yeah, there's a fireplace here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken
Where's
down
the
into an
figurine?
emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of
2, 8,
hours, did the
4,
bucket's
5.
warmth and guiding light, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Here then? I don't see any. It should be around here though. Am I blind? I think it's somewhere here because it's by the fireplace. Oh, there it is.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little
It'll
Stanley
come back, it'll be
figurines.
then.
And now I'm torn between Stanlerines
You have
and
2 more
Figures.
left.
What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay, so next is... I guess mind control?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I get to
The
control
monitors
them.
jumped
Yeah, I'm
to
gonna do
life,
that.
and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yeah, everything will be fine, bucket.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
Alright, so
Walking,
turn on
eating, working,
the mind
all
control.
of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
With
Stanley
the bucket.
gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Whoa!
Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Ooh.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Penguins!
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley...
Alright, I like this ending. This was a good ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again.
I think I did other endings for the original endings, but
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
there's
and entered
different
the door.
outcomes
This
if
was not
you hold the bucket while doing the ending,
Stanley
so
had felt
I'm just
the
checking
bucket
it out.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Wait, what?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So this is the door with the...
No, stop! Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
Oh.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless... What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Okay.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Here? Oh. No way.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Oh no.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes?
Incorrect.
Wait, what?
It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
I don't think this is an hologram. Wait, what?
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay. This looks like a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
It looks like one, right? Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Okay.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
I think it could be, because I think it is. Maybe it's like a slang. Oh.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible.
Oh.
Let's just move on to the next one.
My bad. Alright. This is the exact same one.
Is this a bucket?
Alright, so it's not a bucket then.
Incorrect.
See? What?
This is a bucket.
How? How is that a bucket? Alright.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I don't think this is a bucket. Yes!
Trick question. Both.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Oh?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something.
Okay.
Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
No?
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
Oh.
I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything
Why
is
did
a bucket.
disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
That sounds good.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
All right. Well, we learned that everything...
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
So I can't bring the bucket with me.
when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then, different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Huh.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
We can do the Rocket League thing again, if you want.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Yeah, it's this one, right? Yeah.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
I like this. What if I give it a 2?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
I think there's
but of course,
an
the
actual
message
ending.
of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
For 4 hours.
So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let him burn. Like, I'm sorry.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
This Firewatch, right? Yeah.
Aha! Fascinating.
Yeah, I wish they made a sequel for this.
About, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted, erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there. Oh, no. No, it can't be.
No?
It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Yo, King Aran, hello.
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big,
Here we go, Solar.
insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around.
Congrats.
There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here.
Insane.
Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Nice.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
Hey, welcome back, Virtue. How was your nap?
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good... Hold on.
Oh.
What are you doing?
That's pretty much it.
Stanley, I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Alright, so...
The good old bucket.
Grab the buckets.
Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure
So let's
together.
do mind control.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
But
to his
press-
chest and entered the door on
No.
his left.
A large room, lots of boxes. I need to go there.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
It's okay, Richard.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again
2845.
stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So, what happens if I go down? Oh, never mind. Why don't I go back up again?
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket.
Oh.
Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said
The
nothing.
number 3. No, just life. King errand. I talked about it at the beginning of this stream, so you can watch the VOD if you want to know.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Yeah, it had garlic shortage.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
So what if I do it again, though?
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Okay, so we're gonna press the button, the number 3s again.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing
Enjoy
at
your
all.
movie.
Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
I think this might be an ending.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Is there one more? More 3s? Oh, there's nothing now. Oh, wait.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express
More
this
3s.
feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
Oh.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life. This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
All right. I'm going to play the ad. That's it, right? That's the ending. All right. I'll be right back. I'll play the ad real quick. So I'll see you guys very soon.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
"Where are we going today?" the bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right, welcome back. I think you guys are back, right? Let's see. Well, I think we're still missing something. So we did the boss's office downstairs. We did that one. We just did that number 3 thing. What are we missing? Oh, I need to get the last figurine. I think the last one we're missing is the room full of with lots of boxes. So I think that's where the cargo lift area, I think.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him,
Wooden
telling him
plank
that the
bridge.
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Okay,
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
So I think here.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Lots of boxes?
Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Oh, it's right there. I see it.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
How do I get there,
It
though?
should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
How do I get there?
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
This is the phone, right? Oh.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Okay. And then what? Oh, there's the bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your buckets. Press X to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press J to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well?
Yeah.
To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Thank you for the hydrate. Alright. Where's the buckets? There it is. Press K to go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press C for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press L to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
L for the narrator. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press T to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket.
It's not.
It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press R to relive the same day with me over and over again.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press L to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Close your eyes. Go back to work, Stanley. Alright, so that's the ending. Wait, why is it here?
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Okay, this way.
And this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket
Stanley
was
took
wrong.
the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
It's over here.
don't go to the meeting room. Go
Nope.
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Here's the figurine.
And there it is.
Yes.
The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
No,
I
Stanley.
would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
Yeah.
So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Like, where do I go? What's in here? Huh?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer
Yeah, I'll do those in the
I
future,
study
King
this
Rent.
bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out
Yo,
why
named.
I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
He's talking about me.
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful.
That's messed
because
up.
as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
That's scary. Yeah, when they're talking about monetizing the bucket with an hour, it's just pretty much like the new content for this game. That's pretty meta.
Stanley,
what the
I'm sorry, but I
the-
have to put a pause on things.
What?
It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh,
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
There's that. Oh, no. You never know how many there are.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
It's pretty much just making fun of the collectibles in video games.
Let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
I think this one. It was the stairs, yeah. I remember.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Really?
Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
We did?
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room,
I don't remember
but
this.
it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I don't think we got it here. Oh, there's one here? Yeah.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
It's like one of those old school YouTube videos.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
You spent 8 minutes. Does it matter which one? I think they're the same, yeah.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Okay. So... Oh...
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen.
Wait, what?
Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Oh, no.
Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse. I remember this.
I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Hey, P. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
And here's where I made
There's
that
the
video.
video,
Don't
yeah.
you remember the
I
video
remember,
we
yeah.
watched?
Oh, not a... Okay.
Yes,
I remember that.
love that video.
The pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room,
Yeah,
Stanley.
I don't have this.
Still no memory of this one.
I
Good
don't remember
room,
that
though.
one.
A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down.
And then
You
down
know,
the stairs.
if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What's this one again? Boss's office. Wait. Oh, that's the one we didn't do.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too.
Yeah, second one.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it?
And this is the
Keep
first one.
going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I
Oh,
want to
no.
keep going.
This
What
endless?
else is there? What came before
What's
this?
this one? Actually, oh, this
Look,
is
it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
the new content.
I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. Oh, yes, the two doors.
Yeah.
Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
And never forget the two doors. And the office.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
I don't
Yes.
remember.
I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
Yes.
Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it.
Have
I'll
fun,
be
Pete.
stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone,
Not again.
how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
This might
I
be it.
enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, that was one ending, so...
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered
So, I think
companionship
we're still missing
that
two more.
stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Wasn't there the... pressing no in my... Oh, the escape as well. I haven't done that one.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his
Yeah,
boss's
unplug the
office
phone.
was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What about the escape? Yeah, also the escape as well. We gotta try that as well.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Hey, you missed. I've been doing real life stuff.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
Let's go this
read
way.
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not
I
shut.
think this was like,
Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
old. I'm just curious if anything's gonna be different now that I have the bucket with me.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
He actually dies here. Oh. Okay.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an
Wait,
end.
what? Just a bucket?
As it was crushed violently to death.
No?
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
No. The bucket. It's been nice knowing you.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
True. Oh my goodness.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. Oh gosh. Did I just jump? What happens if I just jump?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
What?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
Okay.
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment
Goodbye,
as
Stanley.
tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
That still gets me. I think that's it for that ending. So it's just very similar.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like?
There was a computer, perhaps. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I think we still have the mind control. Just pressing no. Let's do that first, and then we'll do the phone. Unplug the phone.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, let's do that part. Yeah, we're currently playing the Stanley Parable. It's a pretty fun game. Pretty deep, actually.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
How did we get to the
monitors jumped to life,
confusion
and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machine...
Why is it so loud?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Wait, what?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Hey, Oculus, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Someone was following Stanley.
So that wasn't
He was
a good
sure of
ending.
it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of...
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Let's do
Stanley clutched the bucket
line
tightly to
one.
his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Well, here. I don't remember this.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find
what?
this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
True.
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes,
Oh.
that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Yes. I actually kind of want that.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh, okay.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
I remember that.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
The bucket?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Exile.
Can you
Well, I
guess
care
what
about
the
the
Bucket
dude's voice.
Destroyer
I think it sounds
does?
like internet
Surely you
sorting.
don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Alright, bye, buckets.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it for the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Oh. this the true ending?
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded on. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left
this way.
to go back, and so the two of them
And then go
detoured
straight,
through
right?
the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Is that also
Still
the ending?
no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by
It's the
sheer
same thing,
luck.
though.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
So... no, yeah, nothing else changes, right? I think this is the exact same thing.
Stanley and...
Yeah, looks the same. Let's start again. So let's do the telephone one, where we unplug it.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all?
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yeah, good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay. Is there any way
In
to get
here,
to the floor of the
said the
big
bucket.
storage room?
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley, once again,
I don't
obeyed
think
blindly.
so. I think if you jump, you die. Let's try it.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
I think this was a good ending. They died
All of
together.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had... Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Alright.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yeah, good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
So telephone is in here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay. So just unplug the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult.
Same.
I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Where?
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time.
What does that
With
do?
these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm dunny with the funny."
I'm dunny.
Let's practice screaming, "I'm dunny with the funny" now.
I'm dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay. Let's see if he got funnier.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
So you just start over at the place where it diverges. This one.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
But if I go on the right... Oh!
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
If I do this again, will it be the same thing? Oh, it's different now.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yeah, it's the same.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
So you gotta go to the left.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Oh.
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos.
I think this is the best ending.
Exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Wait, what? What are these?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
Is there a
and entered
difference?
the door on his left.
I think there's a difference.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
it's the same thing.
Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind.
Yeah, I think that's it. Unless I'm missing something.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Have you gone to the video game section and went to the 2 other doors? You mean the red door, right?
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for
Yeah, I've
all
done
of
it.
them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
So let's try this one. Let's go to the left door. Close the game and open it back up.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What if we do this one? If we just go here, and then we just like... I think you just... Oh. What's here though?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I think I'm supposed to like back out of it before
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered
yeah,
the
you can't
door on
Rocket
his
League with the
left.
bucket because the door is no buckets allowed.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I was like, I think we just go in here and then we just like exit right when the door closes. If I can do that.
Stepping in.
Oh, there it is. Then we saved. But I think I broke the game. He's so quiet. Did I break it? But why is there a door here that's going to 428? Wait. This is an ending. I remember doing that like in the original. I wasn't sure if it still worked. Escape? Escape pod launch bay. Hey Sinya, hello. How do you even get to the end though? Like what's the actual end? Because there's so many different endings. Long time no see. What do you mean? I've never seen you before. Oh. Escape. This might be the best ending. Well, this is the saddest ending. Oh. Yeah, I think that's... Do without the bucket? We can try.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he'd coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So pretty much, holding the bucket is pretty much the extra content, the new content.
Here's the door.
There you go. So I don't remember what happens, but I know it's different than when you're holding the bucket. Looks the same so far. Maybe he just escapes instead of the buckets. I didn't either, Melons. No, I'm gonna end it soon. I think we're almost done with the game. Like, we just have to figure out all the endings, or well, all the ones that we know at least. Yeah, so it's the same thing. Wait, yeah, that's it. Like, like, I guess he escapes. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything else. I can probably look something up and see if I'm missing anything. Well, there's so many endings. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so that was the escape pod ending, it looks like. The Stanley Reens, I did that one. Oh, I guess exit the game and open it again? I don't know if that does anything. Alright, so... Wait, what are you doing? The first time you boot up the game, you set the time to 2:53. That was fantastic, you did a great job with that one. But this time you simply entered 12, the default value. You didn't even try. I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. Perhaps you don't think that it's worth taking the time to set the clock correctly. Do you think I would ask you to set the clock if it weren't an integral part of the gameplay experience? I'm not trying to get angry. It's just that a lot of people ignore these gameplay settings altogether. You're not like them, right? Look, next time you beat up the game and see the screen, do me a favor and actually set the time, okay? Okay, good. Glad we had this talk. Okay, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Alright. Alright, so we exit the game and we, I guess, set the time again, but this time we set it correctly. It's 8:23 for me right now. Great, you said an actual time and not just 12. For a minute there, I thought I was worried that you weren't taking all this seriously, but you've proven me wrong. Because I guess I have no way of knowing whether 8:23 is even the correct time. For I know it could actually be 12 right now. Tell you what, let's use another slider to get to the bottom of this. How accurate is 8:23? It's pretty accurate. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Oh gosh. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you put up the game. Oh no. Alright, let's see it. Let's see these new sliders. Okay. Wait, Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Aww. Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes the number 9. Wait, what? That's 9. That's 9. That's 9. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. I don't know what that means. Which of the two made-up words below is the most appealing to you? Occuboinkle or scrumtush? I don't know, I'm kinda leaning towards scrum. Please don't adjust the slider. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyways? Yes, true. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Help? Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. Alright, let's come back to visit. What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now, the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. Oh, you won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Ooh, there's an epilogue option. Got 70 to 90 on Kata. Ooh, nice. That's pretty good. A little different. Alright, let's check this out. This is different. This is new. Many, many years later. This is the true ending, I think. Okay. It's a chair. Okay. What's that? Oh, the bucket! The Stanley Parable 2. Oh, what's this? Oh, Cookie 9. Tell me I enjoy my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly I disappointed I am with the sequel. Our first game teamed with originality. Stanley Parable 2 is dull, inspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole. Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say I found the bucket to be quite comforting, a welcome reprieve from. Cat dog born. Hey, Ocean. Jim. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in the press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release, we thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about. Yet it turns out this could not have been farther than the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Well, that's sad. I enjoyed it. Why there's so many?
Jim.
Oh, there's more. Thank you for enjoying the new content. How do I get out? Computer? Oh. Hey Zombie, good to see you. Hello again. It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together, we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Which one should I do? Popped in here for a bit while ago, but how's it been? It's been a while. Hey Jimmy, thank you so much. I've been good. The end is never the... I like this one. And thank you Zombie. Have a good lurk. Cowboy. Okay, this is oh, we can't combine them. Wait, no. So do Dr. Cowboy. Curse of the Cowboy. Stanley versus Cowboy. The end is never the cowboy. Lavish human condition. The end is never the whole. I like this one. Dr. Hole. Curse of the Hole. Stanley versus Baby. I like this. Alright, let's go with this one. The Stanley Parable 3, Stanley versus Baby. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you start the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1 and we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say in it as well. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Alright. It's 8:39. In like 5 seconds. I kind of quit GD for Celeste, so I'm not sure if I'm going to pop in here that much. Sounds like it. I quit GD too, so we're the same. Please adjust the slider until the computer is very visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Alright, we're playing the Stanley Parable 3 now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
So he did
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
He said he fixed the achievement machine. Nah, I'm not gonna do that, Mario. I'm gonna actually wait 10 years. That's the plan. I did that for the first game. I waited 5
Stanley,
years to get the
I've been
achievement.
reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
I liked it.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
That'd be sad.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
I just
but
want the
let's take a
achievement.
look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
So this is the free new plus easy achievement, so I should be able to get it now because the computer said so. We pull the lever, we see new achievement, no more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes.
Let's try it.
You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
It worked!
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on?
I got the achievement!
You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here?
Oh.
Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Alright, I think that's it. I pretty much did all the content, I believe. But like, I think if we're not mistaken, like if we quit the game and we start it again, it's gonna be the Stanley Parable 4. So let's try it out. That's pretty much all the content from this ultra deluxe version. It's mostly just adding up buckets and bucket specific endings. Okay, yeah, the Stanley Parable 4, and then we just like have a like name. Oh, it's different now, so call it like Journey to Water or something. Alright, that's awesome. But I think this is a good time to end this stream. We pretty much like beat the entire game, yeah. But yeah, it's been fun. It was nice having you guys here, and especially for you guys that sat through like the entire thing or most of it, or if you were just joining, like just grateful that you're here. But I'll be back. I think my next stream I'm gonna plan to do, there's this game that I've been meaning to play for like the longest time, and it's coming out really soon. It's the Cuphead DLC, and that comes out on June 30th, so on Thursday. So that's the plan. I want to play that. I want to stream that. No, not tomorrow. The plan will be on Thursday, but it was nice having you all here, and I hope to see you guys again sometime. So have a good one, and enjoy the rest of your day or night. Take care.